Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I'm trying to decide now whether it's best to say the things that I can remember myself thinking that I might say before I turn the camera on, but I immediately recognize that the question is moot because I've already made a decision, and the decision that I apparently made was to start saying things that were things that I thought immediately after I turned the camera on, and there's these pauses here and these difficulties, well, the things that I'm calling difficulties that are these decision-making periods where I'm like realizing just how many different angles there are to take, just how many different interpretations of even merely my internal reality that I could take. And it also kind of seems as if any one of those interpretations to take, and just to be clear, like there's any number of aspects of my experience that I could report on or talk about, and which one of those aspects I talk about seems to me to be fairly arbitrary, and even the way in which I talk about them seems arbitrary, because I have this sense that however it is that I talk about the things is really kind of creating my experience, maybe just as much as it's reporting on my experience. And maybe you would object and say, surely there are some non-subjective aspects of your experience that are just, hard reality that you could report on, that aren't just interpretations. They're not just things that you're creating. Like, I mean, for one, there would be physical reality, but and I would say that seems true, but then the more I think about it, even if I'm gonna report on aspects of my physical reality, the world around me, I come to think that even that's actually pretty subjective. I mean, for one, it's like there's pretty much an infinite number of aspects of the sensed world around me that I could talk about. And even just the act of selection has an enormous effect an enormous effect on my experience, because whatever aspect I'm gonna select effectively kind of becomes the large part of my experience, and then kind of becomes this interpretive lens, like, but I apologize if the way I'm speaking sounds a little bit too abstract to follow, but don't worry if you don't feel like you're following what I'm saying, because I essentially think that there's nothing to really be gained here. Nothing, there's no knowledge to impart. In fact, if I go back and report from memory the sorts of things that I was thinking leading up to turning the camera on, I would say that I really was approaching this feeling like I had and have nothing to offer. I don't feel as if I have any knowledge to offer, nor do I feel as if I have any skill to offer. Maybe something contrary to that could be said. Like, maybe you would say that there's a skill involved in, like, the patience to do this for 4 hours or something like that. But I think that if you stick with me here, you might see that there's basically just nothing. Like, not only do I not have anything that you don't have, I think that I just don't have anything. And but this isn't really important to say. But returning to an earlier thread, like this notion that is like maybe there's some aspect of my experience that is objective and hard that could be reported on objectively. I still don't think that's the case. But let me try to elucidate that, or say it in a way that seems that would make it seem evident. Just like I'm having a hard time here. Like, even if I were to talk about feelings, like I don't really feel like I would say that I have feelings, or that would seem like a kind of a very at this moment it would seem like a kind of a coarse kind of misinterpretation of this experience. Even if I could, even if I can sort of I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulty speaking here because it's like everything's kind of falling apart, or kind of more accurately that it wasn't ever together. There wasn't anything to say. Not even coherent sentences, but not any kind of poetry either. But not silence either. I mean, one thing that I guess is surprising is that I at least expected to start off speaking in a fairly coherent manner, at least, you know, formulating properly syntactical sentences. Like that was kind of an assumption that I had. I kind of assumed that that's what I would be doing, and then not even that really compelled me. I mean, I definitely feel as if like nothing other than this is compelling me. Like, just, you know, not even in thought-wise. Like, I can't even, I feel like I can't even uphold for like a minute. Some idea of gaining anything, or of helping, or like improving somehow, either myself or you, or you know, goal setting, or hard work, or nor anything more hedonistic either, like pleasure. Just like none this, it's like there's nothing, I can't like see anything out there that seems meaningful, you know what I mean? Just this, like, just really just this is like the only thing that I could say is like compelling to me. But then I mean, maybe you're wondering what I'm talking about, and like, what do you mean this? And what do you mean compelling? Like, I don't even have any desire to keep continuity. I mean, the idea of continuity doesn't even, like, hold any meaning for me. Or like beauty. And but like not even like negativity either. No negativity. Just I mean, everything is insufficient here with this. Like everything's kind of wrong with this, but it's like in the same way that everything's kind of wrong. I want to tell you something, but I can't tell you anything. Like even completing a sentence feels a little wrong. But it's not really wrong. Like there's I guess maybe I had an idea that there'd be something here for us to chew on, and from one perspective it seems like there's no way there could be anything here to chew on. But then, you know, as soon as you start thinking that, then maybe you start to think, maybe this is what we're chewing on. You know, like that sort of feeling when you're like, I'm not challenged enough, or but it's because like you have an idea of your head of what the right challenge is, but then you find yourself with the lack of that kind of challenge, and then so then you're like, maybe you wonder, oh, maybe this is the right challenge. Maybe the challenge that I'm seem to be experiencing is the right challenge. This is, we're just like, yeah, I don't even like think that, I can't even like come up with a reason to try and like do something like stay focused here, or concentrate, or like think hard about something. Like there's not even, I can't even like think of a problem to work on, you know? I can't even think of a problem. There's it's like, you know, there's no problem with this. And then but then that kind of becomes the problem. But what a great environs, don't you think? I had thought it was going to be bleak. I had this idea of bleakness in my head, and now I just feel wonderful. I just feel wonderful. Let me just say that. Even though, you know, it's like, in some sense, I know stuff's like bad, right? Our conditions are like really bad. It seems, you know, I know they are for a lot of people. And then sometimes I think they are for myself. Sometimes I think that. Which seems just totally insane now that I think about it. That seems completely an insane thing to think. But, you know, not to be a downer, to bring up this idea of conditions. The situation, you know. I don't know. But if I were, you know, if I were to try and say how I feel thrilled. I just feel thrilled. I just can't even believe it. Even like the idea of knowledge kind of bums me out. Man. But then it's not a threat really. It's just like a phantom. just to like not be anything. Just like, you know, just letting this not be anything. We're not retracing our steps. You can see we're making progress. We're moving right along. We're traversing every little square foot here. We're being thorough. Which is great. I just love it. I just love this. I don't know about you. Admit it though. You love this too. You're loving it. I can tell. Because it's like a relief. This is like a big relief. It's like I can't get enough of it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you could never get enough of it. But then that's not, it's actually, I can't get enough of it because it's like, enough. It's like, definitely enough. Do you think it'll become a problem? Like, do you think this will, like, become a thing, and then it'll have a problem? I guess, like, that's kind of the assumption. That's what I would tend to assume. Just from looking at things and stuff. You know, when, like, something seems like it's a thing, then there's definitely something wrong with it. And then it kind of seems like everything becomes a thing at some point. But so I think it's okay to, like, we could just go ahead and, like, worry about that. Like, we'll just, like, take a moment here. Like, I'm gonna, like, sort of intentionally start worrying about it, okay? like starting now. Like now we're worried. We're worried that this might become a thing, or could even like already be a thing, and thus be problematic, and then we have to keep searching. So we're worried about that. We're worrying, but I think we can stop worrying now if you want to, because there aren't actually things, you know what I mean? But that sounds like, that kind of sounds like a position. That sounds like a thing, actually. That smacks of a thing. See what happens. Now I'm sad. Now we're sad. This sucks. This is terrible. That's what we get. That's what we get in return for our blithe attitude. I'm not skipping ahead here. You will notice. I'm not jumping ahead. Because I just wouldn't want to miss any of this. Now I feel like I have a thing going on where I was really pleasantly surprised by a kind of acceptance going on of like just the failure to even like speak properly, and started enjoying that a lot, and then then I started to get a little bummed when some of the things coming out of my mouth seemed a little more coherent, and I was bummed because like I started to see the things kind of like take on familiar thought forms, and then I was like, and then like like thought kind of taking a form where it almost seems as if like some kind of reality is solidifying, but of course we're speaking in a very relativistic way. Like, I'm certainly not talking about anything so egregious as judgment taking hold as any kind of like believable object or state or something like that. Just like it's really just a minor, really just a problem, you know, with scare quotes, a scare quoted problem. It's kind of so slight that it's enjoyable even to talk about it. But I think it's also like very enjoyable just to like forget the line of the train of thought. Like I took a lot of joy out of maybe some kind of understanding of a large period of time condensing into a small one or something, and the understanding, the knowledge of like what the next long period of time will entail to some respect. But that's really not true at all. That's really not true at all. Like you think sometimes we think that there's definitions or borders between things, edges between things. Lines. Just don't even try. But then I'm just letting a lot I'm just keeping the thing turned pretty loose. It's pretty loose. But maybe that's not really true. It's pretty funny. Like like making this really bad. This is really bad. Real bad. It's really funny. Like the when you realize on how many levels you've been faking, and it's like we've known the whole time. We've known the whole time that we're just kind of joking on like every single, about everything we're, you know, like saying is a direction. And then even when you, like, so to speak, stop joking around, like this, I think, like, I feel like I'm fine. I've finally stopped joking around. I've finally stopped kidding. I'm finally being serious. And then it's really, but then it's really funny. Even when you're serious, it's like those were good jokes. Like when I was thinking that I needed to be a certain way. Do something a certain way. Or like perceived some other. Like perceiving some other, and then you're like, that was really funny. Remember that? Do you remember that? I know you remember. I know you remember when you quote unquote perceived some other, a person or people. But then it's like, you know, we know that we weren't serious about that. That was a joke. I think it, what I think is funny, I'll tell you what I think is funny is when, this notion of, advice starts to put out a little tendril, a little, starts to sprout, starts to peer out of something. This idea of helping. I love it. Ow. Didn't somebody say like beauty is a moral test or something? Beauty is a moral test. What does that mean? I think it's great to perceive things. I think it's great. To perceive others and things and problems. Because it's like, it essentially shows you what's not, what isn't real, which is like, you know, what everything that's perceived. But don't listen. Do not listen to me. I wouldn't even recommend hearing me. Or actually, yeah, no, don't. But also don't listen to me when I tell you not to listen to me. I apologize for this. But it's not my fault. It is my fault. I apologize for any cleverness. I apologize for any smugness. that I can't make it bad enough. I can't make this bad enough. As bad as it should be. I think you could potentially make something worse. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. That might not be possible. But you don't know until you try. This rules! Fuck yeah! I apologize for everything. You know? But I'll stop apologizing. It's not needed. It's not welcome or appreciated. Nor appropriate. Even though this is my fault, it's all. We need the thoughts to be very weak. We're moving right along here. You can see how much progress we've made. We just had a little bit more to go. I hereby disavow everything that I've done. Up to this moment. Finally, this is the real shit. I'm just kidding. I do love this though. Even when I get bummed. Even when I get real bummed. Like now. I'm bummed because this is all wrong. This is all wrong. I'm very proud of myself. I will say that. I'm extremely proud of myself and of my accomplishments. I'm really just unparalleled in my field. I am outstanding in my field. I'm very smart. but not only smart, but wise, profoundly wise. As you will no doubt notice. And I mean, sure, I could perhaps be a little bit more humble at times, but that would just be false modesty. But this isn't funny, because it's a joke. It's a sarcastic thing. And then that it's actually like self-deprecating. And that's not funny. There's really just nothing going on here. But even that is like this premise, this very weak premise, you know? There's a weak premise here. There's a weak idea. Of along the lines of eluding value, you know what I mean? But then that kind of falls into the trap. It falls into the trap. We are trapped. We're trapped. It's not possible to do anything that's not valuable. Shit. Fuck. 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 It's not actually possible to make this bad. But then actually, because of that, it is pretty bad. It ends up being pretty bad. I just kind of realized that. I realized a different way that it's bad on a deeper level, but by which I mean, like, this is actually very shallow. This is actually very a very shallow concept. At every point of it, every point of this, every single characteristic of this, every moment of it is evil. This is all very evil. What's going on here? particularly this kind of like self-critique thing that seems to be rearing its ugly head as like it's like the idea of value and its absence has sprang up. Like a cancer. Like we can't, it is really not right. It's really shitty. If you want to know my opinion. To be experiencing any joy via hanging on to any kind of like Dostoevsky underground man type of like meta logic or something, or like meta value, if you will. It's a dirty move. But now, you know, now we're getting esoteric, which is also a shitty move. A dirty move. It's like I can't hold on with any seriousness to any kind of notion of suffering for art, and then so like, but then it comes back around because like you suffer by making shitty art like this. Now I've ruined everything. Now I've really ruined everything. I'm getting hot. Getting too hot. I gotta stash my layers. I'm taking a piss. You can tell it's like a fake shitty mood. It's a pretend shitty mood. It's garbage. It's magical. This is all pure magic. The world is made of magic. Even laziness. It has to be like this. Or the other way of looking at it is it's simply outstanding that it can be like this, that it could be like this, but it isn't like anything at all. Which is awesome, I would say. We can be in a shitty mood. Sick. Sometimes these thoughts get up and I get mad at this. I get mad at this. When like this when this kind of like starts to exhibit a characteristic, or it momentarily appears to be a certain way, or to be a something, and then I get mad, and then I'm like Awesome. You and me. You and I, we're the best. Us together. I'm mad. Ooh. I'm mad when I think about this. When I think about this. When I think about what's going on here. When I think about what this is. I'm mad. I'm angry. Because I'm like, that's whack. That's whack. But that's like, those are actually, you know, like what this is and the madness or the anger are just like, they're a whole kit and caboodle. They're a little bundled package. They're a packaged bundle, a bundle package. They're together. They're the same. And then I like put that bundle over there and forget that I have it. Forget that I have it. Forget that I was using it. And then cancel my subscription to that package. But I feel like it seems like it's impossible almost. Like it might be impossible to like cancel all of my subscriptions to everything. But then it's okay. And that's okay. I'm just thinking about what to say next. What's going to be the next thing that I say? It's stupid. It hurts me. It hurts us. Ouch. Ow. It hurts us when this is a thing. When this like starts to turn into something. Because we don't want anything. We don't want it. I'm fading. I'm fading away. I'm disappearing. I'm senescing. I'm temporarily senescing. The sun's going down and it's getting gray. Well, I wanted bleakness. I wanted this. I desired this. I got what I asked for. I've gotten what I asked for and more. I love it. This is another thing. This is just another thing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. When you're looking for something exciting. You're looking for something to chew on. But this is just another thing. It's just like everything else. This is just like everything else. There's no difference. If you can chew on it, it's a thing. And you're gonna want to spit it out. Ow. It hurts me when I sense like something poetic Poetry hurts me and it hurts you. There's no reason you should care about this. As a matter of fact, you don't. But then you should actually. This is very important. It's disgusting. This is disgusting. Perfectly. It's disgusting because it's like so painfully subjective, as in really cringy. But I think that's what you're here for. That's what I'm here for. What does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean? At least it's not boring though. What? That's not true. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean a damn thing. There's nothing to come across. There's nothing to come across. There's not, we don't need to connect. We're not connecting. There's no need for that. But there's no difference either. That's not true. Ow. Ow. It doesn't matter whether you skip around or not. It doesn't matter whether you skip around in the video or not. It doesn't make a difference one way or the other. Let me take a moment to thank my sponsors. I'm getting paid to do this. I'm getting paid to do this. Not in the way that you think, though. I am thrilled. I am thrilled. I'm as thrilled as I could possibly be. I'm not joking. This is the best yet. This is the best one. This is the best one yet. This rules. It feckin' rules. Admit it. You know this is the best. That's why it makes us mad. Ooh. That's why it makes me mad. And thrills us. It's so seductive. This is so sensually seductive. You, me, we're just like enveloped. In a paradise. We're it's so pleasurable that we can't even stand it. It puts everything else to shame. Everything else is embarrassment and embarrassment. Ew. We're not retracing any of our steps. We're covering every square foot. Because we don't want to miss a moment of pleasure and enjoyment. This is pure enjoyment. Admit it. Admit it. This. Can you even believe how pleasurable this is? I can't believe it. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it. It's so pleasurable. It absorbs everything else into it. To get every single moment in. That's why, you know, if you did skip around, it doesn't matter, but you're missing you're missing moments of enjoyment. But it's okay. It's also fine because it sucks everything else in. It includes everything. It includes everything. Everything that's shitty. Everything that's whack. Also, it's saving the world. This is saving the world. This is helping. This is helpful. This is helpful. And it's pleasure. We're saved. We're saved. saved from knowledge. Rescued. Not, well, saved. We're rescued. We're saved. We're saved. It's perfectly fine if to make sense, because sense is never made. There isn't actually any of it. Can you imagine how tedious this would be if it were like a good thing to do? Can you imagine how much this would suck if it were the right thing to do? It would ruin everything. It would completely ruin everything. It would just be torture. It would just be torture. But instead, it's pure ecstasy. Like remembering everything in a reassuring way. It's the right thing to do. Ow. Ow. And it just keeps on going. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. It's just like the perfect thing. It's like exactly what you need. And there's plenty of it. It's like everything you need, and there's just no shortage. I feel saved. I feel saved from everything. I love it. I love this. There's just plenty to go around. There's no need for concentration. everything we need. Ow. This is the time of your life. You're having the time of your life. You found your niche. You found your voice. You found your voice. You belong. You belong. You found where you belong. You're in the world and it's tight. It's sick. You, the world. It's tight. Even senescing into absence. It's like sick. It's tight. It's pure enjoyment. You feel cold and bleak, and you love it. You can't get enough of it. Ow! I would recommend that you give me some money. That's the best piece of advice I have for you. www.patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. Link in the description. If you're not satisfied with the results, money back. Full money back guarantee. Is there any question? Is there any doubt as to the quality of the product that you're receiving? It's a whole packaged bundle. It'll make your life better. It'll make your life incalculably better. Incalculably. In proportion to the amount of money that you donate. I'm telling you, it's simply just the right thing to do. It would benefit you immediately, actually. Immediately. You would immediately be a more fulfilled person. Like the second that your credit card is charged. And it would benefit the world. The world would be, that just a little bit of a better place. And I don't think I really need to explain how or why. I think you already know. I think this is self-evident. It is self-evident. You understand the kind of work being done here? It's vital. It's important. There's nothing else like it. It'd be a shame for it to somehow stop existing. It'd be a shame if something were to happen. to the Benjamin Bennett YouTube channel. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you? I didn't think so. I wouldn't either. So I'll thank you in advance for donating some money at patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. That's Bennett with 2 N's and 2 T's. Link in the description. I mean now! Right now! I don't think you want to find out what happens if you don't donate. I don't think you want to find that out, do ya? I'm gone. I went away. I'm away. I'm here. I'm back. We went away. We're gone. Now we're back. We are back. Ow! We found the way. We found the way. We know exactly where we're going. I'm so bummed out. I'm bummed. I'm so bummed out. And I'm thrilled. And I'm overjoyed. I'm overjoyed. We're engulfed in love. Up to our ears in it. Out the yin yang. Sick. This fucking sucks. Fuck this shit. Fuck this. This is whack. Very whack. It's exactly what we need. I'll say it again. This is exactly what you need. Believe me. Believe what I tell you. This here. This here, what you and I are doing here. This is exactly what you and I need to be doing. We are in the right place. I'm gonna take a whiz and I'm gonna put on another layer. BRB. Remember, I stashed my layers. They're still over here. It's perfectly bleak. It's exactly how it should be. It's exactly how it should be. I can't tell you how thrilled I am. Just it's simply marvelous. All of this stuff. Experience, you know? By which I mean, like, when I say experience, I mean just like that there isn't any experience. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as experience. I love it I love that. Don't you love that? Isn't that a neat thing? It really kind of takes a load off. It really does. Prepare yourself for some handling noise. This is the good stuff. This is the good stuff right here. That's the good shit. Marvelous things are happening. Wonderful things are, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being perfectly genuine. But I don't mean actually like marvelous things are happening. I mean just that, like, you know, it's pretty sick that nothing's happening at all. It's pretty sick that things just don't happen. It's pretty awesome. Continuing on. We're not skipping anything. I just like words fail me. Words fail to express the amount of gratitude that I feel. Like, so much gratitude that, like, as if gratitude is all there is, to the point that it's so all there is that it becomes a meaningless concept. And then there's basically nothing. Pretty sick, huh? Pretty sick, right? Sounds pretty sick, right? By the way, I made a bunch of bumper stickers that say, "I'd rather be joking." If you want to send me a few bucks, I'll mail you one. Just send a PayPal to sittingandsmiling@gmail.com. I think that works. Or if you, actually probably more secure is like you send a Venmo to at Ben Bennett 84 with 2 N's and 2 T's in the Bennett. Just send me like, I don't know, send me like $5 and I'll mail you a bumper sticker that says, "I'd rather be joking." It's pretty funny, I think. Amuse your friends and annoy your enemies. Isn't this great? Isn't this great? This time, you and me together like this, in this way. It's really ideal, I feel like. I really feel like this is an ideal way to be together. It's like, you know, I get this, I get all of this. Which is just like wonderful beyond words. And then you get this, and you know, you can stop it at any time whenever you want. You can stop and pick up where you left off if you want. You can jump around, doesn't matter, but it's all here, and you can enjoy every little bit of it. I really feel like this is an ideal arrangement between you and I. It's very simplified. Removes a lot of complications. Just reduces it all down to the enjoyment. But that's really is this. I think that's kind of basically the best thing about it. Is the connection, the togetherness of this. Yesterday, when I turned on my computer, it told me Windows 11 will bring you closer to the people that you love, or something like that. As opposed to Windows 10. As opposed to Windows 10. I think is what it was implying. That I should switch. Is this beautiful or what? Back we go. We're not skipping anything. I'm not skipping anything. Because I'm I'm savoring every moment. I'm lapping it up. You could feed me this all day. And I'd never get tired of it. You do not get the idea that this has anything to do with endurance. Whip that notion out of your fucking head. I'm not enduring shit. I fucking love this. This is enjoyment, not endurance. And you love it too. Even when it gets dull. You love it. It's the best. It's just the best. There's like nothing. Ow! I don't know. It's just like, it's better than anything that I can imagine. I really just can't imagine anything better than this. I don't even mean that in, you know, I don't mean that to sound like settling for something. I just really mean I just like simultaneously I just love this so much, and I just like there's nothing else like compelling for me. To me, you know? And I try, you know? I look around. I check stuff out. I think maybe that's for me. Maybe that's for me. Maybe that's a direction. Maybe that's something to want. Maybe that's the thing I could want. But it always comes back to I just want this. And I have it. And it isn't even anything. Endless fun. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. I know I should be suffering more. I should be suffering more in order to get the payoff. I should suffer more in order to feel good later. Right? That's what I should be doing. Right? I should be working hard and suffering. So I can get fulfillment later. Or at the end of the day or something. I don't know, that's just like that's just kind of like creates time. That's just like throwing up the illusion of time. There's not this difference. There's not actually this difference between like suffering and hard work on one hand and fulfillment on the other hand. They're just those are actually just like two parts of a package bundle, and you don't actually have to like separate them temporally, you know? You can roll it all into one. Ow. I love this. Like, we're not even gonna get to the end of this cornfield today. I'm gonna have to come back another day to finish it off. Get her done. Gotta get her done. It's hard work. Well, that's what I stand for. That's what life's all about. It's its own reward. That's why I don't take shortcuts. And I get her done. I get her done. That's what, and so do you. That's what you and I are here together, getting her done. And that's what life's all about. We're building, you and I are here together, we're building meaning through hard work. Thorough hard work. We're doing every row. We're not skipping rows. And we'll come back tomorrow. Or maybe not tomorrow, but maybe the day after, or a couple days later, and finish it off. We'll mark where we left off and finish it off. A 2-part, or 2 or maybe 3-part mini-series. 3-part mini-series. Fuck yeah. This is a 3-part mini-series. It may get dark on us towards the end, but that's fine. We don't care. We work till the sun goes down, or past sundown. We work hard. The Getting Her Done mini-series. Outstanding in our field. Could you think of anything better? I can't. Hard work pays off in the end. See, I should have gotten up earlier. I've gotten out of here earlier so I could finish the whole field in one day. Oh well. Whoa. It's getting tight. Things are getting tight. I'm feeling the squeeze. I'm feeling the squeeze. It's gonna be a little tight for the next little bit here. Just hang tight though. It's a little bit rough, but it'll be fine. Ow. I mean, thrills. Ow! Shit. This is bad, I know. This is bad work. It's insensitive. This is insensitive. A little. It's maybe a little insensitive. When we think about conditions. Conditions, man, they're bad. The situation is bad. Really, really bad. I said ow before anything happened. I said ow when I was not getting whacked in the because I thought a corn was gonna whack me in the face, and so I said ow preemptively. I'm sorry, but this is what I have to do. I know, well, yeah, I mean, that's also kind of insensitive to say that I have to. I know conditions are bad for a lot of people. I know there's like a callousness. I think about it a lot, honestly. Like what to do, like how to help. And I do get very overwhelmed. Thinking, you know, what can I do to help? With conditions being so fucked up. Situations being so fucked up for so many people. What can I do? Should I earn to give? Earn to give. Yeah, let's do that. Why don't you give me it? Why don't you donate much more money to me on Patreon so that I can earn to give? I'll give it. You'll give it to me. You give the money to me, and I'll give it to the best charity. And then I'll be helping. We can go through this for a while. We can do this for a long time. Figure out how to help. I don't know. I think it's maybe worth doing. I've been doing that a lot. And I wound up here doing this. And I know it's not the right thing to do. But also it is. Also it is. For us. For you and me. This is the thing right now. Oh. Wow. I didn't realize I could do this. Beautiful. Oh. It's there just isn't time. You have to realize you can watch all of this, you can listen to all of this, or not. Or you cannot. Hello there. All right. There's not time. I'm scaring away all the deer for that hunter. Is that good or bad? My question is, does working entail leaving behind the world of morality, as in when you're actively working, you're just getting her done, and there is no right or wrong anymore. You're just kind of like facing up to reality, or you're coming up against the facts of life. And getting her done, and there's no right or wrong. Is that what happens when you work? Is that a problem? I should shut up. How long's it been? Has it been a long time? Are we in a long time? Of what? What does that mean? Wouldn't we all, if so, wouldn't we always have to be in a long time? This is, it's getting no good. It's getting no good. It's getting bad. Ow. It's getting bad. Ever since we had to interact with another human and a dog, there's this whole other reality. Apparently, where there's values. Sorry, I'm gone. Core experience. No side stuff. No externalities. Just cutting in, narrowing, focusing, honing, optimizing in to our core of experience. It's a whole new concept. It's a whole new paradigm. The challenge is overcome. The challenge is crushed. In the core, in the pressure cooker. What was coal is forged into a hard rock, like a diamond. And in the middle of the diamond, you go right through. It's transparent. Through pressure and time. And honing. And rising to the moment. Rising to the challenge. It's what we call core experience. It's work and it's optimal. It's the edge. We get the edge. We seize the edge. We crush it. We crush the goals. We crush our goals optimally. Through when your goals become thoroughly crushed without an ounce left, you have what we call diamond clarity. So you're pressured from the outside, and you're forged into something that's durable and has a hardness that brings about transparency. Something that's totally transparent to the point of being empty. So this is what I want when I want to introduce this concept of diamond, empty, power. And then once you have that power and you focus on these 4 concepts, these 4 skills, through the 8 steps, that's when you're honing in onto what I call your core zone. And as you approach the core work zone of your life and of your concentration, that's when when your productivity exceeds productivity. You become metaproductive. And that's one of my other concepts that's important to take away here. Metaproductivity, core zone, work zone, diamond focus ability, and your experience parameters. Now, if your experience parameters are off, or if they're fuzzy, then you're not going to get the results. And if you don't get the results, you're not going to be able to get the meta results. You're not going to be able to achieve the meta productivity. So as you can see, we're ramping up output and throughput, and we're getting loads more input by doing so. And by doing this, we're able to move so efficiently that we get a kind of clear, defined vision. So I want what I want to drill into here, what I want to really emphasize is that all these concepts, all these focus areas, they work together. They're synergetic. They work synergetically to enhance one another and strengthen one another. So if you're weak in one of these areas, then you're not going to get the results. It's like a table has 4 legs. If you don't make one of the legs, then it's going to be wobbly. You're not going to want to eat at that table. You're going to put your dinner on there and it's going to wobble, and if one of the legs completely fails, which is possible if you don't put the required effort into creating that leg and making sure that it has the structural integrity and that it has the correct length to be balanced with all the other 4 legs, then that table's going to fall over and your dinner's going to slide off and make a mess on the floor. Your food is going to be on the floor, and it's not going to be a good day. You're not going to want that. And so these 5 key points are very important. Core focus, experience, productivity driven, meta results oriented, and the challenge box. Now your challenge box is made up of 4 elements, 4 sides, and that's your personal fitness parameters, and your vision direction, your guiding foresight, and the productivity principle. So if you're deficient in any of the 6 zone areas, then you're not going to see optimal performance. You're not going to reach that meta performance. You're going to be stuck down in the level of optimal performance, or even average performance, or even sub-average achievement. Now I need to explain here that some people talk about other programs, other disciplines, other areas of focus, such as philosophy. People talk about philosophy. People might talk about art. People might even talk about specifically performance art. People might talk about endurance. People might talk about business, and people may talk about poetry. You know, there's all these other programs that people are gonna want to sell you, and I'm just here to say you can go ahead and do the research yourself. Look into those things and look into my program. Just do the research. I mean, I'm transparent here. I'm an open book. This thing has been tried and tested for a lot of hours. You can look, you can see, you can actually see documentation of all the hours of testing we've put into this program. And you can see the results. And then you can go ahead and see, you know, you can I want to extend the invitation to look at what we're offering, and then to look at the claims made by art or poetry or philosophy or business or science, and you know, make your own informed decision. We're confident over here about what we're doing because we've put in the time into those things. We know about those things. We know about those areas. And we've seen what happens to people when they get into one of those particular disciplines. And if you're asking me, some people may be able to experience a limited range of results going through those methods, but if you ask us, and you know, there's a lot of research and a lot of thought put behind our position on these things, and we just do strongly believe that that this right here is a far more direct and meta results oriented approach. So try it out and see what you think. We're talking about the Metaproductivity core experience paradigm here. Hey, my jacket moved. That's odd. That's odd. That's a wad. We're talking about meta experience. Which is something far more powerful, far more effective than experience, whatever it may be. People try to sell you all kinds of experience, and you may be fooled. You may be, you know, thinking to yourself, oh, I got a type of experience. I have a type of experience that I think is going to be good. I think it's going to be fulfilling. You'll think you'll get productivity. You'll think you'll get results. But ultimately, it's going to fail because it's not meta-experiential. We've been developing these techniques. I mean, it's not even quite accurate to call them techniques. They're more like meta techniques, as in they are meta technical. And honing them through countless hours of trial and error till we've really found what we think is the foremost formula. That exists out there on the market of ideas. In fact, it's not simply another idea on the market, it's actually revolutionizing the market, because it is in fact more meta-idealistic, meta-ideation. It's really overturning the idea space. Essentially, what we are saying is that our program is quickly becoming essentially the substrate on which other ideas play out. Their relatively insignificant existence The beautiful thing about it is that eventually, with meta-ideational core experience, you don't have to be actively working to get results. It practically experiences itself. In fact, that is kind of the bullseye of the target. And it's what we call self-actuating, meta-experiential turbo drive. Our program is the self-driving car of the existence marketplace. It's changing the game. It is obsoleting spirituality, obsoleting philosophy, obsoleting art, obsoleting politics. Rolling all of these things into a much more directly efficient package. Hey, look at that. We're definitely more than halfway through this field. Wow. That's just one example of how this works. It's like you get going and before you know it, you're almost done. And you'll feel the type of reward that you would normally associate with having done a lot of hard work. It's as if the work is doing itself. But all the benefits are continually reaped. And so once again, the best way to get started is to make your pledge at www.patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. And the beautiful thing is, the moment your credit card processes, it starts to go in effect. It starts to work itself. Existence begins to have never begun in a self-fulfilling, self-perpetuating productivity cycle. You'll find that your creativity is so unbounded that it extends to all of reality, and you become exactly that cutting edge of the creative spirit of existence. It's just that simple. And one of the great things about it is it's 100% sustainable. In fact, it can't even end. And in fact, it's even retroactively sustainable 100%, in that it never began. It's so sustainable, in fact, that it negates, vitiates the illusion of time. Also, it turns the bleakness into success. The great thing is, the bleakness becomes a form of success. So it's literally a win-win situation. What we like to call here a meta win-win-win triplex. You don't merely just win, you actually trans-win. What do I mean when I say trans-win? I mean, you transcend winnings. Your winnings meta winnings. With our program, you crush your life. You can crush your life. You don't just crush your goals, you can crush your whole life. So crush life. Into meta non-experience. Core. And you can see, you can observe the results, the result that we have now, that we are gone. We're gone. We crushed ourselves. It was literally sick. It was literally awesome. Like a boss. Yeah. We crushed ourselves like a boss. Like a boss, a boss, a boss. I can't say it correctly because my lips are cold. This is called cold exposure. It increases your productivity by increasing your brown fat. It's called Chili Exposure Program. Core chili-ness. You can constantly and continuously maximize your brown fat by being constantly chilly. And thus, you burn more calories burning off that fat. To get maximum core results. The beauty of it is, at the same time, you can experience optimal pious suffering and penance. Maximize penance. I'm gonna take a, ooh, I gotta take a whiz. GoPro, stop recording. The great thing about this is you can get in your suffering and have a great quality of life at the same time. There's no trade-off. Ow. And you can minimize what we like to call here of knowledge bottlenecks. These are areas where the substrate of reality calcifies into an illusory meaning, aka knowledge, and limits our meta experience and our meta productivity, shutting down results. That has a cost on our meta experiential core. So what we want to do is get rid of those Gnostic bottlenecks for maximum non-results. Probably gonna get shot out here. I'm not wearing any of my orange, any Hunter orange. Not wearing any OSHA orange. But it's not really a worry. It's optimal voluntarism. It's a good place to be in. It's a fortunate place to be in. It's a fortunate place to be in. But really, not everything that's voluntary is this thrilling. Secretly, and I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this, but I understand if you do. Secretly, I think everything's voluntary. Don't tell anybody that I said that. No, maybe it's not true. I can't. Not everything. Maybe just a lot more than people give credit for. Or a lot more than people want to take responsibility for. But I mean, what matters most, though, I think, is voluntary. That is like the, the orientation taken towards the conditions. The orientation is voluntary and is kind of like the beautifully absent core of agency. And everybody has that. Anyhow. Don't listen. Bye.